Hello, good evening. Assalamu alaikum. Can you?
Yes, Miss. Walaikum salam.
Yes, we hear you. Walaikum salam.
Very good. Welcome to our course today and our meeting today. We are in meeting 3 of TM105, M105. Just to recover what we had learned in the last session, we started to define different data types, including numbers, bytes, short integer, float, doubles. We compared what's the difference between a float and double and which one is best. And we said the difference is among the size will be located for the number. We also define how we could construct a mathematical equation, and we discuss the precedence among them. In math, multiplication and division come first, then and also the remind, how much remained from the operation, the division, then the plus and the minus. We said what is the variable, and we said its allocation and memory. We define it and access its value with name. For each variable, there should be a type. So to define the variable in Java program, we define the type first, then we define the variable name. So this statement here, integer number 1, will reserve a place in the memory. We could refer to it with the name number 1, and the values allowed to be stored there is from type integer. We said for any variable, we need first to declare it, then we could initialize it by assigning the variable name a value. Like in this sentence here, number 1 equal 45, will assign the value 45 to the variable number 1. Then we could do any operation we want, like adding two numbers together, or adding it, print it on the screen. And this is the sentence to print on the screen. System.out.println. So println will print this value, this sentence, then will print a new line at the end of the sentence. Also regard the operation, we discussed the plus sign, to contact two strings together, like this sentence here. Welcome to plus Java will print on the screen a sentence containing this part of the words, welcome to and Java. This is the different types of variables that we can define on Java application. So we have byte, short, integer, long, float, double, character, and Boolean. And also regard the characters, it's used a table to refer to the values. So 4 as a character is located in the binary location, this one, which can be represented as decimal number 52. So each character in the keyboard are stored as decimal number. This is different types of defining variables from the all the available data types in Java. So here is integer, here is integers. We can assign it directly as initial variable or as operation and expression. Long, we can succeed it with the letter L. Double if we want it as decimal number. If we want to treat it as float, then we will follow the value with F. If it's a character, we need a single comma to surround the character. We can define the character also as a space or as a new line. Boolean variable which holds either true or false value, and we use it usually for logical tests like the one here, is 10 less than or equal 7, so the stored value in B2 will be false. We said to identify a variable, there are some rules, so you could use any sequence of characters to represent the variable name. You could start with underscore or $sign. Start it with a small letter. Don't capitalize it, but capitalize the word in class name. Then also to trace a program, this means you need to check each variable in the program. In each sentence of the application, what will be its value. So here, for example, radius, in this line of the program, it will assign the value 20. Area will be computed by this formula, radius multiply 3.14 in the next sentence, in the next instructions. So this will be the second step of assigning area values. We talk also about the implicit conversion. And implicit conversion, if we assign a value, not directly follow the data types of the variable, it can cause some error, either compilation error, like the one here, integer number 1 equals 72.5, where 72.5 must look like double or float, whereas 72 is actually an integer number, but when we define the variable d as a double, it will give us no error because double is in higher categories than integers. So this is the sequence. If we assigning big or large category a small value, it will give us no error, but the opposite is not true. So if we define a variable of integer and we assign it a double value, this will cause us an error. So this is the different mathematical operations. And also this is the different values you can assign it to an integers, doubles and floats. So this is the difference between float and doubles. A double will give you more spaces for storing the decimal numbers than the float. Then we learned how to express the arithmetic operations on Java, and we said we will use the star sign to refer to multiplication, and to finish one part before the other part, we will use the parentheses. So to follow the arithmetic rules that multiplication and division executed first before the plus and minus, but some on the formulas here, it's need to be executed before the multiplication, like to calculate the upper part here of the fraction, then the lower part. So here is how to evaluate an expression. Then reading from the users, we said to read from the users, we need to define an object of scanner class in this way: scanner input equal new scanner system.n. Then to assign a value to a variable in the program from the user input, we will define it in this way. So if you are expecting an integer, you will call the object input.next integer. This will allow integer values to be entered from the program and stored inside the value variable in the program. The same way will be with other data types. So to allow the user to enter any values, you have to import the class scanner, which is here. Import it's here in one of the here, java.lang. So you can call it with import declaration. Also, there is some cases that you need to change the data type by casting it, which converting the small value to a bigger value. Like if you want to convert in your program from integer to double, this can be allowed by casting the values. So here we can cast the value by this way. So cast 72.8 to integer. This will remove the 0.8 here and the value will be 72. Or the opposite way if it's allowed in the program. We have seen also some methods like character @ which allow you to access a specific character in a string. We have seen the difference between printf, println, and print. Println, if you want the sentence to be printed, then a new line printed after the sentence. Printf, if you want the sentence to be printed on a specific format. And print will print the sentence, but without a line separator. So the first parameter here on printf method, it should be always a string in this way. So the first parameter of printf must be always a string, and this is a placeholder for the string. Then you can place a placeholder for a digit, and this is for a new line separator. So this will call the message operator and place it inside the placeholder for the string here, and will call the sum values and store it in this place as a number for an integer values, whatever it was, a byte, short, integer, or long. Then you can also format how many decimal places you want it for the float values or double values. So if you said the placeholder 0.2f, this will place the values with 2 decimal places after the commas. This was actually the what we had learned in the last meeting. And just because one of the students asked more declaration about the printf, which is a formatted text, and I promised him to start it next session, which is today. So this is actually can show you the difference if you use a print or println or printf. So this is a very simple printing sentence. You can notice the difference here. If you use only print, it should print the sentence without any line separator. So we are expecting here the output will be sum as 50. Then it will carry on the next sentence, which is in line 9, and will print out the output immediately. So the next line will be sum as 50. Here is the string, and here is a value, constant value. You can call any variable if you want. And the line 9, print line, it will print the sentence, then it will print a new line. So after this sentence, I'm expecting a new line to be printed. So in line 10, we have started the format printing. As I said, the first parameter in the printf must be always a string. So always expect a string here, then any values you want to print it. So here we have 2 parameters, a string and a number. So the first parameter here is the string sum as, which will be placed on this place. Then 50 will be placed in here. Another way, you can place a sentence directly as the first parameter. So rather than using the placeholder, you can write directly average is 0.2 float number, then this is a format for a floating number with 2 decimal places for 20.5. So for 20.5, it will be placed in this place of the sentence as 20.50 because I'm asking for 2 places for the decimal place. Here is a long one. We are expecting string, a new line, string, a new line, string. So if we need to check what will be in the first string here, after the comma, it will be the first parameter, which is a string. So it will be the word name. So we are expecting name to be here. Then it should follow also a string. So the second parameter here is my name. It will be placed after name word. Then a new line should be printed. Then a string, which is the third parameter, which is here, profession, it will be printed there. Then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Then also I'm expecting here a string, which is IT. And to assign the string value, you should place a double quotation, which will make it different from the character which is placed inside one single quotation. Here, if you want to print then we have a print a new line. So we are expecting name Hala new line, profession IT new line, then hi, and this is the placeholder for hi. Then 162, which is a floating number with 2 decimal values. So here I'm expecting 162.00 in this place of the placeholder, then a new line. Then we are expecting a string for gender word, this one. Then we are expecting a character. This is a placeholder for the character for F. And you see here, the character is placed inside one single quotation. Then a new line. So let me run this file and see what we are expecting as output. So this is the output. Let us see. Sum is 50 for this one is printed by using print without a println. Note here, if you want to contact any sentence with any other sentence together, you must use here the plus sign between them. Then we have the println. Sum is 50. It's printed. So here is in line 9. All right. Then a new line has been printed. All right. So here is a println sentence, then a new line has been printed. Then we have line 10, printf, sum is 50 as a normal formatted sentence, sum is 50. Then we have also the sentence as printf, average is, then we have the value as a floating number with 2 decimal places. The value was 20.5. It's become 20.50. Then we have the long string here. As I said, we have 2 strings, name Hala, then we have a new line coming from this N here, a placeholder place in. Then we have profession IT come from this placeholder. Then we have a new line. Then we have hi 162.00 come from this placeholder with a new line. Then we have gender F come from here, placeholder for string and character, then a new line. This was from the last session. Any question regarding the last session? Marwa, I'm not sure about which mistakes you already had, but any things could happen. You might allow the user to enter the values and you didn't read the values or you didn't initialize it. So you can print screen the code and I can check it for you if you want. Or you could see what was the mistakes you already had by looking through your code. Okay, so let us start today's meeting. And I've asked also the students to practice the labs. I'm not sure have you done it or not, but for sure it will it's for you. You will benefit a lot by applying this code because you will learn from your mistakes and you will become familiar with the words of the syntax and which come first, how to define a class, how to define a variable, import sentence will be where, and all the programming techniques. So it's important to do this code in your own time. Let us start with today. We have a long topic today. We will cover the selection, which is basically allowing the program to choose among the list of instructions which one to execute it first, which one he must ignore it if a condition is not applied. So, for example, if we have a negative radius in the program, we should allow the program to skip the instructions for computing the radius because it's already a wrong values to be entered. So we need to make sure that the values entered is inside a specific range. We want the program to check the radius value. If it's negative, then we will not allow the program to compute the area. So he must ignore this sentence and this instruction from the program. How can we do this? By making the selection options, which is if-else sentence. And by applying some of the logical test, which is by using and, or, and not. We will also talk about switch sentence. All of these are actually for allowing the program to change the control rather than going on sequence to skip among some of sentences. We will also talk about the math class if we need to use some of the mathematical values like pi or square or sine or cosine. And we will start to define the Boolean variables, as we said, which holds true or false values. We will also write Boolean expressions by using the relational operators. So this is what we will cover in today's class, which is if, the condition if, if you are in today, you will understand this class. If you are not in today, you missed the class, then you can attend online. Else you can watch the video when it's uploaded to YouTube. So it's like this condition. We have also to combine condition using logical operators. So first we need to define what's algorithms. Any computing problem can be solved by executing a series of action in a specific order. And this is what we actually do in a program. The program go from line 1 to the last line in order 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So we can write an algorithm to help us understand the problem we try to solve it. writing an algorithm will help us to decide which actions we need to do and execute in the application, and what is the order that these actions must be executed. To represent algorithms, there are two ways, either by using the BC code or by using the UML activity diagram. BC code is actually a text representation for the algorithms, will allow you to understand by reading the sentence what will be the steps to follow in the program. Whereas the UML activity diagram is a symbol chart that help you to understand the flow of the program by using some shapes. MBC code is an informal language similar to everyday English, help you to develop algorithms without having to worry about strict details of Java language syntax. So in algorithms, if we are writing it as BCD code, it is not Java code. It is simple English language. We'll explain the values. Like, for example, if we want to add two numbers together and we want the user to enter these two numbers before displaying the sum. So as simple English, if you want to express this, you will say, allow user to enter. First, you need to declare two numbers variables. Allow user to enter the two values of the variables. Calculate the sum. بعدين display the sum. So it's simple English sentence that will allow you to imagine what should be the steps. If we want to convert this English sentence to Java code, then you need to write integer number 1, number 2, so integer sum equal number 1 plus number 2. So we are expressing the English sentence, simple English sentence, as BC code text to Java code. Writing the algorithms is not related any programming language, but it will allow you to imagine the actions needed to write the program. So it can help you to think out a program before writing it in Java. BC code can be converted to corresponding Java program or any other programs, any other language. In UML, which is Unified Modeling Language, is actually a graphical language that allows people who build software system to represent their object-oriented design in an industry standard notation. So these notations are known among the industry standards. Each shape has a specific meaning. So dot means the initial state, then the oval shape here, it's a process. Then the dot at the row there mean the transaction between the first instruction to the second instruction. So here, for example, if we want to write an application that inputs from the user the radius of a circle as a real number and prints the circle diameter, circumference and area around it to 2 decimal places, use the following formulas. So we have to allow the user to input values of the radius of a circle as real number. Then we need to calculate the diameter and its circumference by using the formula 2 by r, and diameter by using the formula 2 multiply r, 2r. And the area will be computed by using the formula by r power 2. First, if we want to represent the algorithms as BC code for this sentence here, for these questions here, then we will write prompt the user to enter the values of the radius of the circle, which is input from the user. Read the value of the radius and store it. Calculate the diameter and store it. Calculate the circumference of circle and store it. Calculate the area and store it. print the diameter, print the circumference, print the area. So this is simple English sentences that you can understand the questions. Then you will follow the same sentence here to represent it as UML activity diagram. This is the starting initial point. Prompt the user to enter the radius, then move in and read the radius and store it, then calculate the diameter, store it, then calculate the circumference, then calculate the area, calculate the diameter, and such on until you finish the application. Then, after representing the algorithms as simple text and as UML, you need to write the program in Java based on your algorithms. You said here, prompt the user to enter the radius. So the first things you need to define an input object, which is a scanner keyboard equal new scanner system.n. The radius here is expected as real number. So you define a double variable, the radius from the user, the diameter, the circumference, and area will be calculated in the program. You need to show up a message to the user to allow him what should he do. So you want him here to enter radius. The values entered by the user will be stored in radius variable in this way. Let radius equal keyboard.next double. This is how to read the double value from the user. Then it's simple formulas that you need to calculate it for the other variables. 2 multiply radius, store the value in diameter, circumference, 2 multiply math.by. Math.by is actually, we are calling the math object, we are calling by value inside that object. So if you need to use any fixed value inside the math object, you need to write math. You need to call the object math dot the value you want to fit from that object. Like the one here, math.by multiply math.pop. You will see later what's the different, what we have inside the math object as a fixed values or as methods available to be used. Like here, math.po radius and 2. Then we will print the values only as a formatted. So the parameters here will be separated by comma, and the values of diameter will be placed inside this place as a floating number. Then the value of a circumference will be placed inside this as a floating number, and the same things with area. So this will be the output on the screen. First, enter radius. The user has entered a double value, 6.2. Then it will be calculated by using the formulas there. Then it will be printed on the screen. Let us see about class math, what's inside there. Math is actually part of java.lang package. So if you import it, java.lang package, all you need is just to call math.the value you wanted there. There is constant values inside the math objects, which is by 3.14 and which is for scientific values 2.71. Math class provide a collection of methods that enable you to perform common mathematical calculation. You can look through it here. For example, the method apps will give you the absolute value of x. So absolute 23.7, it will give you 23.7. The absolute value of 0, it will become 0. The absolute value of minus 23.7, it will become 23.7 as output. So it's about the mathematical operation. CLX, it will round x to the smallest integer, not less than x. So 9.2, it will become 10. Minus 9.8 will become minus 9. So you can check the others methods here. Cosine, the exponential method, floor, log, maximum x and y, large value of x and y, minimum x and y, smaller value of x and y, between x and y, x raised to the power y, power, so shortcut for power, the sign, the square root of x, for example, squared 900 is 30, tan, the triangle, the trigonometric tangent of x. There is also round x, which will round the values to the nearest value. So math.round 3.5 to the nearest value as integer is 4, because 0.5 is greater or equal of 5. 3.45, it will ignore it, and because it's less than 5, and it will become 3 as integer. Minus 3.2, it will become minus 3. If we have a sentence like this and we need to express it on by using the math class, we need to represent it in Java. So we have the right side and we have the left side. The left side is the easiest one, x equal, and this will become fixed, x equal the same, so we will not change anything. What we have to do here is to divide it to two parts. First, you have to look on the upper part. What's on the top of this fraction? You have simple mathematical operation, minus b plus square of b power 2 minus 4ac. So you have here the power of 2, and you have here multiplication, and you have the square. So you need to represent this all inside a bracket. So first you need to place the bracket. This is the beginning, and this is the end of the first bracket, the first upper. Then you need to translate what's inside. Yes? Hello? Any question? Okay, so let's back. Then you need to translate it to symbol notations. Start from left to right. Minus b is easy, minus b as it is. Then plus, it will go down as it is. Then we have the square, the root, the square root. So from the math class, it will become math.squared. Then inside it, we need to open a parenthesis to represent the values for the square, which is b power 2 minus 4ac. And this, we need to represent the power. So we open the parenthesis first here, then math.power b and 2. This is actually b power 2, which is in this place. Minus 4 multiply a multiply c. So this is actually the equivalent instruction. This is all in the top of the fraction. Then we have to represent the fraction as a division. So this will be the fraction division. 2 multiply a. You can place the parenthesis here also to give it a prioritize in the precedence, which should be executed first. Any question? All right. Very good. So let me carry on. If there is any point that you feel you don't understand, then you can ask me and stop me. It's fine. compound assignment operator. In Java, we are allowed to put two operations together, and this is called compound assignment operators. Like this example here, C equals C plus 3, we can write it as C equal plus, C plus equal 3. This is the same. So if we saw the example here, assignment operator, we could have plus and equal together. We could have minus and equal together, multiplication and equal, division and equal, remainder and equal together. So these can do two operations together. So it can be placed between two operators only. For example, if we have integer C3, D equal 5, E equal 4, F equal 6, and G equal 12. If I write C plus equal 7, it's the same if I write C equal C plus 7. It's the same. So it will take the value of C, which is 3, and add it to 7 and store 10 in C. Same thing with D minus equal 4. It's the same if I write D equal D minus 4. What you should care about here, which parameters come first? So if you said C plus 7, there is no difference if you said C plus 7 or 7 plus C, because it is plus sign and both operands are positives. You should be careful when you change the operands and the values here was negative. So if you said D equal 5, 5 minus 4, or 4 minus 5, because the result will be different here. So 1 to D. And also here the multiplication, E multiplication equal 5, the same as E equal E multiply 5. So E has the value 4, 4 multiply 5 will become 20. F divide equal 3, the same as F equal F divide 3. So F have the value 6. 6 divided 3 equal to 2. 2 store inside F. The same thing here with the remainder. G remind or equal 9. G has the value 12. So it's like if you said G equal G remind 9. So 12 divided by 9 equal to 1 and remind as 3. So 3 will be stored in G. Also, we have unary increment operators, which is 2 plus signs together, add ones to its operands. So each time it will increment the operand with 1 values. The place of this increment operators with the variables can be written as plus plus A or A plus plus. But the result will be different. In this way, if you use it as a prefix increment before the variable name, it will add 1 to the values, then store it inside the variable A. So increment A by 1, then use the new value of A in the expression in which A resides. But if you write A plus plus, then it will use the value of A as it is, then store it in the variable or wherever it was, then it will increment the value of A by 1. Use the current value of A in the expression in which A resides, then increment A by 1. The same things with the decrement. Minus minus B will decrement the value of B by 1, then use it in the expression and store it the value in B. Whereas B minus minus, it will use the value of B, then decrement the value by 1. This is an example. we have C equal 5. If we want to print the value of C, it will become 5. If we write C plus plus, it will use the value of C, which is 5, print it and use it in the sentence 5 here. Then it will increment the value of C by 1. So C will become 6. So if you want to print C again, 6 will be printed on the screen. A new line. Then we assign C 5 again. We print its value, so it's print 5. Then we need to see this difference here. Plus C, it will increment C by 1. So C will become 6. Then use it in C variable. So 6 will be printed on the screen. Then print the value on side C. C will have 6. All right. In Java, an augmented expression of the form x1 OB equal x2 is implemented as x1 equal t, x1 OB x2, where t is the type for x1. This is the common syntax. In the example, the following code is correct. If you define the variable and the data type and assign it a value directly here, it is correct. This is also correct. If you define, if you change the value sum plus equal 4.5, so sum, it's equal, this sentence is equal to sum equals sum plus 4.5. So 0 plus 4.5, sum become 4 after this statement. Okay, so it's correct. Sum plus equal 4.5 will be equal to, if you write the data type of the output integers here, and you add this value, sum plus 4.5 here. So the output here will be converted, which is 0 from the first sentence here, 0 plus 4.5. It will convert the values to integer 4 and assign it to the variable sum. Boolean type and operators. So sometimes you need to do some comparison between two values, like if I is greater than j or the opposite way. Java have some comparisons operators. We will see it now. The result of this comparisons will become either true or false. To define a Boolean variable, you can define it like this way: Boolean b equal true or false, or just place a logical test like this. A bigger than 2, so the result here out of this test is false, because a is less than 2. So false will be stored inside the b variable. This is the Java operator, and this is the equivalent mathematical symbols. Less than or equal, greater than or equal. The two sides are equal together, not equal to. So here is equal to and not equal to. For example, if we have registers have the value 5, 5 less than 0, false. Always read the sentence from left to right. 5 less than or equal 0, false. 5 greater than 0, true. 5 greater than or equal 0, true. 5 is equal to 0, false. 5 is not equal to 0, true. So this is how you can read the relational operators. It's called the relational operators. We usually use these sentences inside if-else statements to allow us to make some tests and allow the program to change its regular direction. This is the regular syntax of if with one part, with one block. If the Boolean expression is true or false, do this statement. So you can place this curly bracket to allow this condition, if it's evaluated true, to enter this block. So if it's evaluated to false, all these statements inside this curly bracket will be ignored. This is the URL, start of the program, do my evaluation for my condition, Boolean expression. If it's evaluated to true, execute this sentence here. Otherwise, go out of my application and carry on my program. So if we have this example here, if radius greater than or equal 0, calculate the area. Let area equal this sentence. Then system.out.println print me the area as a string. We can represent this Java code as this URL. Check the radius. Is it greater than or equal 0? If this is correct, calculate the area. Otherwise, don't allow the program to calculate the area because it will give me wrong sentence or wrong result. If you want to express the URL as basic code, if student's grade is greater than or equal to 60, print pass. This is a simple one. If you want to represent this sentence to Java, if student grade greater than or equal 60, print pass, it will become system.out.println pass. I want you to note it here, you didn't place the curly bracket here because it's only one sentence. So if it's only one sentence, you can immediately remove the curly bracket and just end it with the semicolon at the end. So the program, if he check and arrive to the if conditions here, he will execute only, and this condition was evaluated to true, he will execute only this unique and lonely sentence here. This is the URL. Check my condition. My grade is greater than 60, print me passed. Otherwise, carry on my application, which means that the grade is less than 60. So if I greater than 0, system.out.println I is positive, this is a wrong syntax because there is no parenthesis inside or between this logic test here, so it will give you a wrong. You need to place a parenthesis before the I and after the 0. This is correct, so you need to place the parenthesis. All right, here because we have only one sentence to be executed if the condition is correct, so placing a curly bracket or deleting it, both are correct. It will give you no error. We want to write a program that prompts the user to enter an integer. If the number is multiple of 5, then we want the application to print high 5. If the number is divisible by 2, print high even. So if you want to think a little bit about this program, we need to prompt the user to enter an integer. So what you need to define? You need to define how many variables? Anyone? And what's its type? Anyone? Yes, very good. So you need to define an integer variable data type, and you need to allow the user to enter the values. Then the user enter the value and you store it inside this variable. You need to check the value. Is it a multiplication of 5 or not? How we can do this? Can you think of an idea how we can check a number if it is one of multiplication of 5? Anyone? We need to define an integer variable because it's number. Then we need to check, is this number can be divided by 5 or not? Is it one of 5? Is it out of 5 multiplications values or not? Is it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25? So how can we check? Yes. من مضاعفات الخمسة. نبغى نشوف الفاليو هل هي من مضاعفات الخمسة ولا لا. كيف ممكن نكتشفها؟ الرقم اللي دخله. ايش ممكن نسوي العملية الرياضية اللي تساعدنا نشوف العدد المدخل من مضاعفات الخمسة أو لا؟ نقسم على الخمسة وبعدين بيطلع لي رقم، مثلا طلع لي 10. Very good, very good شريف. We will see reminded for the division باقي القسمة. Is it equal to 0? If yes معناها yes. النمبر الانتر يقبل القسمة على الخمسة. So here divided by 5 and we should have a number with no decimals. Very good. So we will check reminded. إذا طلع عدد صحيح يقبل. If we divide it and there was no remaining, yes, very good. غلا, this means the value is divided by 5. إن شاء الله بتكلم عن العملي بس نخلص لأن يعني فئة فقط من students. So at the end of the session إن شاء الله يا يقين. Then also there is continue for our questions. If the reminded is 0, then we will print high 5. If the number is divisible by 2, we print also high even. For the same ideas, we will divide it by 2. If the output is 0, then we will print high even. So let me check here. I think I had it. I don't think I have it here. So we can, I think I had it somewhere يعني بس I can't remember. It's very easy application. So you need to import the scanner to allow the user to enter. First, you need to define an input. So scanner input, to define an input, new a new scanner system.in. This is a quick way for me. All right, so I will copy the sentence here and just paste them here as a quick. So we need to define a value as integer data type and allow the user to enter it. It will become input. Then we will let the value of A equal input dot next integer. So this will convert it to integer. Okay. Now we need to print system.out.println. الحين we need to do the test, right? So if we need if now. All my conditions here. If value of A reminded by 5 equal to 0, system.out.println high 5. Like this. Else, or we can do it the other exam. If the value of A reminded by 2 is equal to 0, we need to write high even. Then all right. Confusing indentation. Okay, so you should care about the indentation, but it's a good programming technique, and also in the exam they put grades for the indentation. For F, it should be inside like this. Let us run this file and see if we have any error. Do I have an error? I don't know. For sure there is something, but I can't figure it. Where is it now? But the same code I forget to place here. Yes. I don't know. For sure there is something here. This is why it's not continuing. Invert F. So let us go back and see. Here is the syntax. If Boolean expression, statement, else statement. Okay, so here is the condition to be evaluated. If true, execute this part of sentence. If false, execute this part of sentence, then carry on here. Let us take a break and I will work out what's the problem there in my code, and let's come back here within 15 minutes. So now it's 7:17. Let us come back here by, let us say, 5:20. No, not 20, 25, 5:25. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. For here, I think for our code, we define the variable, we define the input, but no place for the message for the user don't know what should she do. We didn't print anything to the user. System.out.println any message, enter a number. Enter a number. Okay. So we define the variable. Then we need to print a message to the user, enter a number. All right. PRINTLN. Yeah, system.out. Right. So let us check our code. Yes, here. Enter a number, so I will put 10, which is a number divided both by 5 and 10, so it should give me the both high 5 and high even. All right. This is regard our question. I had a lot of question regard the practical العملي بس إن شاء الله بنخليها لآخر السيشن عشان أوضحها للجميع. All right. Where are you? My session. Yes, I think you need to write after F. It's not necessarily to write the curly bracket after F because it's only one sentence. If it is more than one F, each one followed by only one instruction, no need for the curly bracket. Enter the number. Yes, this was a mistake. I forget to print a message to the user. So it's like expecting input, but when we don't know. So you need to inform the user. Okay, what should he do? Like you see in the previous example, when we want to write two conditions, one to check if the values is divided by 5 and the other one if the values entered is divided by 2, we wrote it with 2if. It's worked well, code running well, but it's not good programming skills. If you have the same values tested 2 times, it's better to have if and else. So rather than having 2 different if, use the nested if, else, if. So if the value is divided by 5, print high 5. Else if the value is divided by 2, print high even. If both of them is not correct, then you can type also else system.out.println no, not 5, not even, for example. So let us try our program, run file. We will type first 10. High 5, because it's tested the first condition here. It was already 10 and divided by 5, so it doesn't tested any one of the others if condition. The second case, so it will test the values. If it's divided by 5, he will print high 5 without checking if it's even number or not. So let us try another value which is not divided by 5 or 2. Or let us say 16 divided by 2. It will become high even. The third case, I will put 17. No 5, not even. So this is the difference, which sentence it will be executed first, or which one will be executed and the other one will be ignored. The first case, when the values was divided by 5, the system print the values and ignore the else section. But when the first condition was not met, he go inside the else part here and check the values. When it was divided by 2, he print high even. When he check both these two parts of the exam, of the condition, and he didn't meet any one of them, he will go to the else part here. If we use indentation, if follow this else, and if A, else, F, else. So it is this way. If follow this else, follow this else. And else F is inside this one here. So with indentation, it's more readable. Okay. If else example. So if radius is greater than or equal 0, let the area equal radius multiply 3.14 and print len this message. Else print to the user that he has entered invalid input. So to write the algorithms as a basic code, if student grade is greater than or equal to 60, print pass, else print fail. To represent it in Java, we will put our condition grade is greater than 60. If this condition is met, then on the screen, we will print passed. Else, we could have a blank statement like this and nothing will happen, or we can delete the else here and it will carry on the program. So the initial point will be from here. He will go to the logic test. We use this diamond shape to represent the condition. If the value greater than 60, print pass. If the grade less than 60, print failed. Then from this point forward, carry on the program. We could also have multiple alternative if statement as you see in our example. So we could have if score is greater than 90, else if it's greater than or equal 80, else if, else if, else if. So you can put here each condition what should be printed on the system, and you can put more than one condition. So the first value will be between 100 and 90. If it's between 90 and 80, system will print B. If it's between 80 and 70, system will print C. If it's less than 60, it will be print D. If it's less than 60, it will print F. This is equal to this one here, so you could have if else in the same else if in the same line, and this way else if. And this is a better programming techniques and methods to follow, more readable. This is how it's look like in URL. Check the condition here. If it's true, print grade is A, else do this check. else do this check, else, which is evaluated to false, do this check and carry on until you all follow the sequence of the program. How we could trace if-else statement. So suppose we have the score 70. The first condition here, if score is greater than 90, system.out.print A. This is evaluated to false, so it will be ignored. He will go to this part. Else, if score is greater than or equal 80, print B. Also, this is equivalent to false, so this sentence will be ignored. To this one here. Else, if score is greater or equal to 70, which is correct, to true, the system will be print C on the screen. So the output will be C. Right? This is the condition is true, where in this sentence here, so the system, the grade is C will be printed on the screen. And ignore all the other sentences and all the logic tests there, because he already met the conditions. The else clause match the most recent if clause in the same block. This means if we have I equal 1, j equal 2, k equal 3, the last if, the else here, it will follow the last if before it. So here it will become with if and else for I are followed with each other. This is equal to if you made it in the same indentation, if and else. This is a correct indentation. So even me here, my code, the last else will be for the last if, this way. All right. So this will be the correct indentation. Nothing will be printed. Why? Because I, which is equal to 1, greater than 2, false. He will go to the second if. If 1 greater than 3, false also, he will go to else. Nothing will be printed because the second part here, the else clause here, is not will not go, the execution of the program will not go to the second else because the first one is not met. So not a true, not a true. All right. To force the else clause to match the first if clause, you must use the curly bracket here. So it's more organized work if you use the curly bracket. It will make your work easy to read and to understand. This if, this else, from what we have seen now, it's easy to understand that else clause here is follow the if clause here for I greater than k. In this way, B will be printed. All right. We have here equivalent sentence, variable of type Boolean with the name even. Then, if number reminded by 2 equal to 0, let even equal true, else let even equal false. This is equivalent to if we write the expression directly with the definition of the variable number reminded by 2. Is it equal to 0 or not? So either true or false will be assigned to even variable. This is also equivalent. So if even is true, if even is equal to true, print on the screen it's even. It's the same if you said if even, because even is supposed to be true. So if it's true, Print on the screen, it's even, both the same. Conditional operator, question mark, and the 2 dots. Conditional operator, shorthand if else, so it takes 3 operands. The first operand is the Boolean expression, then we have the question mark, then if the Boolean expression here equivalent to true, do this sentence here. If this Boolean expression evaluated to false, do this one part here. All right. We will see an example. We have a string, the name of it result, and it has the value of logical test. Check the student's grade. Is it greater than or equal 60? If this condition equal to true, print passed, else print failed. Print on the screen the results. So passed and failed will be either the value of result based on the condition here, right? Or we can simply write it system.out.println, and we print the conditions, the conditional operator immediately here. Any question? All right, so we are fine. Very good. For this conditional operator, we need to check here what is the value of S. We need to check what will be stored inside S when this condition executed. String S equal 6 greater than 6. Is 6 greater than 6? This will be evaluated to true or false? False, because they are equal. So the second part of this sentence will be taken, so it will become W. W will be printed here. This will be printed only if the value is, if the condition is equal to true. All right. Use the ternary operator. Ternary operator means it takes 3 operands. If it's asking the question, use the ternary operator, this means he wants the question and the 2 dots. We have if statements and we need to convert it to the unary operator, ternary operators. In our question, if A is greater than or equal 0, let B equal A, else B equal minus A. So simply we could say, let B equal, then we will do our ternary operator. Check if A is greater than or equal 0. If this is true, let B equal A, else minus A. Now we want to do a test for 2 strings if they are equal to each other's or not. We have a method called equals for strings to check their equality. If they are equal in their values. So by using equals, we are checking the values of 2 strings. But if we said, for example, here, it used the lexicographical comparisons and will give you the result true or false based on the values stored inside them. For example, if we have word 1, yes, and word 2, no. If we want to check are they the same values or not, we will say word 1 dot equal yes. This will check if yes is stored inside word 1. So it will return true. This will return true. To check if the content of 2 strings are different, we will use the operator not. So word 1 dot equals word 2. Word 2 have the value no. Does word 1 equal the value inside word 2? Word 1 has the value yes. So this will give me false. Not false, this will give me true. Not will give you the opposite values stored in a Boolean variable. So not true is false and not false is true. It will give you the opposite value. We have also the equality operator, which is checking the value. Is it equal to or not? If you use it with string data type, this means is both variables referring to the same memory location or not. So you are referring to the object, not to the values. The equality operator is used for checking if two strings variable refer to the same string object or not. So are they referring to the same string object or not is different from if you checking the values. Is it the same or not? What could you expect as error in writing your selections or controlling or anything in your Java program? First things, expect syntax error. There is something you type it wrongly, either capital with a small or in the data type with the values. Or if you leave one of the brackets open, or it can be logic error. And a logic error, you will not get a compilation error. It will not tell you there is a mistake, but it will not give you the correct result. There is also a fatal logic error, cause a program to fail and terminate immediately. And there is non-fatal logic error will allow the program to carry on execution, but with displaying incorrect result. This is an example of compilation errors. Right. Integer 5a. This will give you error. Can you think of why?
Teacher, because it starts with a number?
Yes, very good. Because it's a start with a number. So from our definition to the variables, we said we should start always with small letter or underscore or with $sign. So here starting with 5, which is a number, is actually compilation error. Okay, let us see here. Double B, semicolon, C, semicolon. What will be the mistakes here?
السيميكولوم ما تيجي فوقها نقطة، نفرق بين ال A وال B بسيميكولوم عادية.
Very good. So if you want B and C both from the same data type, you should separate them with normal comma. Or if you want both of them double, but you want to use after B the semicolon, you should put here double, defining also the data type of C by typing double C. So there are two possible solutions. Very good. Let us go to the third one. Integer D equal 6.7. What is the mistake here?
المستيك ما تكون انتجر، الانتجر يعطينا أعداد صحيحة، المفروض تكون نسيت هي اللي تعطينا الأعداد اللي هي بالكسور.
فلوتنج أو دبل؟
لا فلوت عدد كسري برقم طويل يجي، في اللي أقل نقدر نستخدم فيه حاجة ثانية نستخدمها، نسيتها والله يا دكتور. احنا في البرمجه لانه الفلوت لما تيجي تحجزي له في الذاكره يعطي رقم طويل، فانا على اساس اختزل هذا نعطيه مو فلوت في حاجه ثانيه بالسترنج للنصوص والانتجر للاعداد الصحيحه. الدبل ممكن فلوت ممكن
فلوت او دبل both of them حق الفراكشنال نمبرز.
ايوه الاستراكشن لما تعطيه دبل تعطي يعني بتاخذ مساحه طويله في الذاكره هو الفلوت
يحجز مساحه كبيره في الذاكره عشان لو بتخزن رقم كبير. بس
ايوه
حق الفراكشنال.
ايوه بس لما نيجي نضمه للكلاس بعدين، لو عندنا كلاسات مثلا، وعلى اساس لما نيجي تقرا الذاكره من نفس الفانكشن بعد كذا، لو في برامج كبيره فيكون يفضل انه نستخدم الفلوت عن الدبل. يفضل.
Very good.
على اساس في سرعه البرنامج يكون افضل يعني في الاسترجاع وكذا.
Very good. Okay, so here what can be how we could correct integer d equals 6.7? Either we change the data type rather than integer to put double or fruit, or
yes.
just remove the 0.7 here and leave it as integer.
صح. Okay. ممكن كمان نلغيها. صح.
Very good. Okay, let us see this one. Integer e equal
3. الكوتيشن دائما نستخدمها في النصوص، فلذلك تصير string e يساوي على اساس انها نص الكوتيشن.
Very good. Yeah. So if you want to define it as a string, you should type here string. If you want to leave it as integer, then you have to omit the quotation here. Very good. String s equal 8.
هنا تصير انتجر يكون افضل، الانتجر يصير افضل من السترينج لانه السترينج للنصوص اصلا.
So if you want to define 8 as a string, what should you do?
Delete string or delete 8.
You can add the quotation between the 8 to define it as a string.
صح. وممكن نغير نحط integer s يساوي 8.
Yes, very good.
Yes.
Okay, here we have integer f semicolon integer g equal f. What is the mistake here?
Integer f.
Yes. Then semicolon, then integer g equal f. What is the mistake here? It will give you compilation error. Why?
ايوه الكومبايليشن انا اقول لك يا دكتوره، لو سمح لي الاخ بس اتكلم. طيب الان في الانتجر اف لو لازم
حبيبي الله يسعدك.
تفضل حبيبي الله يحفظك. احنا في البرمجه في الغالب لما نيجي نحجز في الذاكره نعطيه اف، لازم نحجز له يا اما مجال يبدا من 0 او مجال اللي انا احتاجه. مثلا لو قلنا الاف تساوي 5 اقدر اقول مثلا الاف اساويها بالجي، لكن هنا ما له مجال.
أيوة. يعني هنا النقطه أيوة. ان احنا ما اعطينا الاف انيشال فاليو.
نعم بالضبط. ما اسندنا لها قيمه، ليست بقيمه، يعني ما اسندنا قيمه للاف.
فكيف اقول له بعدين الجي خليها تساوي الاف أيوة. والاف اساسا ما فيها قيمه
بالضبط.
فهنا it will give you compilation error. Very good.
Yes. شكرا.
Then we have here integer I equal 1. System.out println I equal comma I. What's the mistake here? What's the compilation error? Any suggestion?
اتوقع الكوما لانه هي قريبه من السي بلس بلس، لكن برنت لحظه يا دكتوره.
هي صح، هي مع البرنت لين
اي البرنت ايوه صح بالضبط. هي الكوما
مش المفروض تكون؟
المفروض احنا في السي بلس بلس لما اشتغلت عليها كثير ما بنحتاج الكوما على طول. يعني انا حطبع للمستخدم الاي يساوي واحط المتغير بدون الكوما. احنا كذا كنا نسوي.
احنا في الجافا نعم
ايوه
في البرنتلين بتكون علامه الزائد، هي بتجمع سترينجز مع بعضهم بعض. فلما اقول اي ايكوال كسترينج اجمع لي اياها مع الفاليو حق الاي، فبيحولهم ثنتينهم الى سترينج. فيري جود.
يعني الكوما هنا بدل البلس.
yes الكوما هذه we need to delete it and replace it with plus sign.
ايوه لانه ما لها مجال اصلا الكوما.
because this is println. الكوما only with the printf لانها بارامترز تاخذ بارامترز.
اوكي.
طيب يا دكتوره معلش لو تسمحي لي بسؤال.
ايوه تفضل.
لانه كثير اثار الجدل في الاختبار، اثار الجدل هالسؤال، جاب كود كتبه وقال انه انا ابغى الهيلو وورد جنب بعض يطبعهم. هذا نص السؤال. هل
أيوة.
الكود هذا يطبعهم بشكل صحيح؟ فجاب الكود، من ضمن الكود جاب برنت عاديه وجاب برنت ان. احنا في السي بلس بلس بنحط سلاش تي، انت عارف لما نكتب البرنت نكتب برنت كذا كذا، بعدين بنحط سلاش تي حتى اني يعني اعطي مساحه، او سلاش ان حتى اعطي سطر جديد، صح؟
ايوه مزبوط.
هل البرنت ان هنا قصده انه ينزل سطر جديد ولا من ضمن الساينتاكس حق الجافا؟
البرنت لين بينزل سطر جديد. فهي هنا ايش اللي راح يصير؟ راح يطبع I2 equal 5 سطر جديد.
حلو. يعني كان يعني السؤال صح لما قالوا انه فولس.
بينزل سطر. انا شفت الكويستشن هذا في الكويز.
شفتي السؤال؟
حطيت الصح
بس different version يعني.
معلش دكتورة ما سمعت، لو تعيدي معلش ما سمعت.
شفت السؤال في الكويز وكان كثير من الطلبة شكلهم جاوبين خطأ، مو عارفين ايش المقصود بالسؤال.
صح دكتور، انا جاوبت صح والاجابة طلعت خطأ، ما اعرف خطأي ليش. جاوبت صح رغم ان انا عارف البرنت والفرق بين البرنت وجاوبتها صح واعطاني خطأ على الاجابة، ما اعرف ليش.
طيب خلونا نخلص الكلاس ان شاء الله وبعدين بفتح لكم هذا السؤال لأن باقي لنا 5 دقائق وبحاول أخلص اللي أقدر عليه عشان اللي يبغى يمشي، وبخلص المحاضرة إن شاء الله بكمل تسجيلها وبرسلها للباقي. فبجاوب على هذا السؤال إن شاء الله بس نخلص. أوكي؟
أوكي خذ راحتك.
تمام. So here we have if we want to use println never take a comma if you want to combine 2 strings together, but you have to place it with a plus sign. Here we have integer j equal to system.out.println j equal a placeholder for a number, then comma and j. Here the mistakes, we use a println. So println, it must be plus sign. This is what we said. Also another mistake. If we want to use a placeholder, which is mean a format values here as integer, as a digit, then it should be here printf, not println. Okay.
And here we have 2 mistakes.
Yes. ممكن تنحل بكذا حالة. إذا استخدمت printf راح تخلي الكوما وبتكتب هنا printf والباقي صحيح. إذا استخدمت println فبتشيل البليس هولدر حق الديجيت هذه وبتصير بدل الكوما زائد. 2 possible solutions.
Okay.
Okay. This is all will cause compilation errors. Then we have fatal logic errors like this one here. If you divide a value on 0, like if you have an integer value and you want to print it as a float number, like if you have an integer value and you want to print it as formatted value, you place its placeholder, but you put plus. فالبلس مع ال f printf is fatal logic error, not come together. Okay.
The plus here it's equal to point. I'm sorry, to equal it to
a plus بتجمع 2 strings together.
Okay.
f ما تجمع 2 strings together، هي اساسا string، هي بتاخذ string فبنفصل مع البارامترز حقتها بفاصله. فاستخدام البلس هنا خطا، بنحط فاصله بدالها. ليش؟ لانه عندي برنت اف.
لانه عندنا برنت اف صح. لكن لو كانت برنت ان عادي تحط الزايد تصير صحيح.
احط الزايد
يعني تو سوليوشن
واشيل الدي هذه. لو بتستخدم برنتلن يعني بتشيل الدي وبتحط والزائد زي ما هي صحيحه.
يعني لو حطيت البرنتلن نحذف الدي ونحط اذا بقت زائد صحيحه واذا
طيب،
حطينا
نعم.
كلمه صحيحه.
نعم.
اوكي.
يعني في two solution. I have two solution. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let us see here examples for non-fatal logic errors. Integer n equal 5, system.out.println. So we are expecting not having format place. So what should I do with this D here? Delete it.
Clear delete اللي هي الدي، هذا علامة.
بنمسحها بس وخلاص بتنحل المشاكل. بيطلع لي n equal الفاليو حق n.
نعم خلاص بنسند له القيمة ومع الطباعة اللي هي علامة الزائد.
نعم. The last example, integer b equals 6, system.out.printf b equal, but there is no format for b. So this will be the mistakes here. You said you want to use printf, but you didn't mention the placeholder for the value.
Can I put println instead printf?
If you want to go with the println here, yes, you can, but you need to replace the comma with the plus sign.
Here, what is the mistake here?
The mistake here that
after equal, what comes? P equal what?
If you want here, you can place a placeholder for an integer value like this one here. Percentage D here.
Yes.
For a placeholder for integer numbers.
Okay.
Okay, very good. So it's already 6 o'clock. If you need to go, you are free to go. خلصنا اللي يبغى يروح. But inshallah, I will carry on. We still have some few slides to go. We have the switch statement, which is the case. I will see also this question for the quiz, which had a lot of discussions. I will send you, inshallah, a recorded session بعدين when we finish, inshallah. So if you are still free, you can stay with me.
اوكي شكرا لك يا دكتورة. بس معلش انا حاولت احضر باسمي لكن مو راضي، يعني حاضر باسم بنتي، مو راضي يعني يدخلني من الجوال الا بالاسم هذا.
مو مشكلة.
الله يحفظك. شكرا لك جزيلا.
ان شاء الله. حياك.
الله يحفظك. بارك الله فيك.
If else double selection here. It's possible to have an empty statement by placing a semicolon. So we could have empty statement without anything there, where a statement would normally be. So, for example, if a grade is greater than or equal 60, system.out.println passed, else do nothing. So this will not be cause any problem. It's still correct. And this one also, if you place the semicolon after if condition, this will give you an error because you said if this condition is true, what you wanted to do. So here it will give you a non-fatal logic error. It will check the test, either true or false, nothing happened. Then system.out.println pass, it will be print in any way, right? Let us see this example here. If a grade is greater than or equal 60, do nothing. System.out.println passed, it will print passed anyway. Else for what? Nothing happened because we already finished the if clause on the top. So this will be a mistake. Yes, this will be wrong لأن في عندنا else مي قاعدة ترجع ل if already خلصت. فالelse هنا موجودة ما لها part.
Because of semicolon.
Because of the semicolon, yes. Without طبعا يعني احنا خلصنا الستيتمنت حق الاف وما فتحنا كيرلي براسكت. لو فتحت كيرلي براسكت ممكن تنحسب صحيحة.
After semicolon.
نعم.
معلش يا دكتورة، معلش ستوب هنا. معلش يا دكتورة. الان انا لما افتح الاف خلاص واعطي الشرط، لازم افتح له بعدها هذا البريك داون، لازم تنفتح، لازم افتح لها قوس حتى اني اكتب السوليوشن اللي حيتنفذ بعد الشرط. هنا
ممكن لو هي ستيتمنت واحده مثلا.
لا لحظه معلش دكتوره، هذه ساينتكس خاصه بالجافا، يعني هل هذه المعلومه فقط خاصه بالجافا؟ لانه ما تمشي في السي بلس بلس.
البارنتسز
هنا في الجافا مسموحه. في الجافا مسموحه ان انت تحط سيمي كولن، هذه سميناها احنا هنا من شويه empty statement، ما فيها شيء، فاضيه.
ايوه ما فيها ستيتمنت، ما فيها ستيتمنت اللي تتنفذ الشرط، صحيح. يعني معناته السيمي كولوم لو انحطت ما راح تاثر ترى.
بتعتبر نهايه السنتنس، نهايه الانستركشن. يعني لو جيت اترجمها هذه if the grade greater than or equal 60 do nothing، خلصنا. جاني بعدين شاف system.out.println اعتبرها سنتنس ثانيه ما لها علاقه بالاف، فبيطبع
ما لها
باس
علاقه بالاف،
بكل الاحوال.
ما لها علاقه بالاف حتى وان كان يعني ما في ستيتمنت بعدها. انا كمبرمج لما اجي اكتب السطرين دي وما في بعدها ستيتمنت، خليه يقرا لي اياها عادي. لو جاء الكومبايلر قرا الجريت نفذها كستيتمنت لوحدها والثانيه ستيتمنت لوحدها، ما في اي مشكله. لكن المشكله وين؟ لما تكون في ستيتمنت في نسيت الكلمه، لكن لو كان في التعليمات اللي لما ينفذ فيها الشرط، هنا اللي يكون في غلط في الكود. فهمتيني ايش اقصد؟
فهمتك. اي نعم كلامك صحيح. يعني اذا كان قصدك if grade greater than or equal 60 print passed هنا قبل السيمي كولن، هذه بتكون صحيحه. لو حطيت سيمي كولن وبعدين قلت له اطبع لي انه passed، بيطبعها باعتبار انها سنتنس خارج من الاف كلوز، ما هي تابعها. فبعدين شاف
اذا حذفتها من ضمن to include with if.
Yes, if you delete else here ما في syntax error, it will give you correct. بيطبع لك system.out.println failed كسنتنس عاديه مش راجعه ل else. بس if you have else here وفي semicolon on the top of f، الelse هذه راجعه لمين؟ لاي f؟ which f he refers to? it will give you syntax error. Got it?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes يا دكتورة. اوكي صح.
Now this is the logical operators, not the opposite of the values. So not true false, not false true, and logical conjunction or true or false or true. We will see the result. We exclusive or logical exclusion. So this is the logical operator. If score less than 0 or scores greater than 100, print invalid scores. Else, if score less than 60, print failed. Else, print passed. Okay, so here, if you enter any score less than 0 or greater than 100, the system will show you invalid score. Otherwise, yes.
السؤال هنا الافتر السيمي كولن الالس
نعم.
تابعه للسنتنس اللي بعدها ولا اللي قبلها الالس هذه؟
This else refer to the last if. فكل else بترجع للاف اللي قبلها على طول.
طيب هنا الجمله بالسيمي كولن
هذه يس هذه الاف السيستم دوت اوت بتبرنت لان راجعه للاف اللي فوق، سنتنس واحده.
حلو.
else راجعه للاف اللي قبلها، هذه السكور less than 0 or score greater than 100. كانت الفاليو صحيحه بيدخل على هذا هنا، بيدخل على البارت هذا وبيشيك. السكور اقل من 60 اطبع failed، ما هي اقل من 60 اطبع باست.
هذا لانه في اور هناك، في اور في الشرط.
في اور هذه لا ما لها علاقه. الاور هذه will check الفاليو.
هو هيتشيك حيتشيك اي واحد يعطيه ترو، اي واحد يعطيه ترو حيدخل على الستيتمنت الاولى. اذا والله اعطاه، اذا كانت كلها فولس راح يدخل على الالس اللي بعدها.
Yes.
صح؟
يعني هنا if the value negative value or greater than 100, so the output of this if here it will become true. Then it will print invalid score and will ignore this part. هذا البارت راح يتم تجاهله.
Yes.
لكن إذا كانت الفاليو صحيحة فهو راح يدخل على else part here and check if the value of the score less than 60 فمعناته إنه failed للستودنت، else إنه passed معناته أكبر من 60.
خلاص هذا حيكون باص صح. طيب يا دكتورة وين الساينتاكس ما في قوس هنا، كيف حيعرف؟ ولا هي كذا جاية في الجافا؟
هنا إذا كان سنتنس واحدة بس تبغى تنفذها تحت الإف كلوز ما تحتاج كيرلي براسكت.
أيوة.
إذا كانت أكثر من سنتنس بعدين لا لازم تحتاج كيرلي براسكت.
أوكي مفهوم، جزاك الله ألف خير، شكرا.
Okay, this is the logical table, the truth table for not. Very easy. If B have true, not B, this means not true, false, not false will give you true. Truth table for and. For and, if you have two values, B1 and B2, and will be always false until both B1 and B2 are true. So here check both of them. Where is it? True. The output for and it will become true. All the other three cases will become false. So false and false will become false. False and true, false. True and false, false. Only if true and true will become true. Right? For or is the opposite way for and. Or the output for two operands combined with or will become always true except if both of them are false. So if both of them are false, they will become false. All the other three cases will become true, true, true. So true or false, true, false or true, true, false or false, false, true or true will become true. The truth table for the exclusive or, it will become false if both of them are equal. So false, exclusive or false will become false. True, exclusive, true will become false. All the other cases will become true. For switch multiple selection statement, you will check the values, a constant value of a variable. So if the values of the variable is equal to a specific value, a specific selection of sentence will be executed. This means switch multiple selection statement perform different action based on the possible values of constant integral expression of type byte, short integer or characters. يعني بياخذ قيمة الفاريبل وبشيك عليها. هل هي تساوي 1؟ هل هي تساوي 2؟ هل هي تساوي C؟ هل هي تساوي D؟ You will determine this specific value. Based on this specific value, what you want your program to do. The switch statements consist of a block that contains a sequence of case labels and an optional default case. So there will be also default case. And when you finish each case, you need to put a break to control the execution. The program evaluates the controlling expression in the parentheses following keyword switch. The program compares the controlling expression value with each case label. So you will say case A, case B, case D. If a match occurs inside the case, then this part, the equivalent part in front of this case, it will be executed. You need to put a break sentence at the end of the clause to allow the program to break executing the rest of switch cases. Otherwise, it will carry on, continue the execution. This is an example. So we have here switch cases. We define an input from the user, and we said enter a day number between 1 to 7. Based on the values entered by the user from 1 to 7, we will print the day, equivalent day, Saturday or Sunday or Monday. So if case the user have put 1, we will print Saturday. If the user print 2, we will print Sunday on the screen. If the user print other value rather than 1 to 7, we will print invalid day number. To represent this with a switch, we will put this code. Switch day, which is a value entered by the user. Case, the constant value you want to check the input with. Then you have to finish it with break. When the execution, for example, the user have entered 1, Saturday will be printed on the screen, then a break here will allow the execution to ignore the rest of the sentence inside the switch. If there is no break, this means all the other sentence will be executed. All right. Switch does not provide a mechanism for testing range of values, so it will check only one value, but it can have multiple statements inside each case. If you want to do more than one sentence, then you have to place it inside the curly bracket. Switch does not require brackets around multiple statements in a case. Without a break, the statement for a matching case and subsequent cases execute until a break or the end of switch is encountered. And this is called falling through. So it will continue executing the other cases. If there is no match, then you can execute wherever you want inside the default part. If no match occurs and there is no default case, program control simply contain with the first statement after the switch. So it's like it's not there. Here is, for example, case A, do this action, break. If A not entered, go to B. Is it B my value or not? If you find it, execute the statement here and break. If have nothing, A, B, or Z, go and apply what's in the default section. If there is no default section, then ignore and carry on the program. Here we have integer equal 8. 8 multiply 2 is equal to 4. The remainder is 0. So if the value is equal to 0, print formatted I, which is equal to 8, and print even. So it will become 8 is even. And break. Break, this means ignore what's in there. On the other cases, carry on and continue the program and print CO. So this will be the sentence here. Yes.
The break here, it's like the else in if. إن يعني تشبه الإيرس بالحالة الشرطية.
No, different. في ال if else you check a condition. Is my condition true? Is my condition false? في ال switch you are checking the value. So is the value equal to 0? Is the value equal to 1? هنا بس عندي equal، يعني كأنك تقول بس إنه شيك لي على القيمة. هل هي 0؟ هل هي 1؟ إذا كانت 0 اكتب لي قيمتها وأقول إنها even.
طيب البريك هي؟
البريك معناها خلاص وقف لحد هنا ولا تكمل باقي الكيس.
إذا
يعني
إذا طلعت الأولى صحيحة. إيه
خلاص يعني whatever نفذ السنتنس اللي هنا وشاف بريك خلاص ما بيكمل، يعني كانت الكيس 0 بيكتب لي I equal 8 even وما راح يدخل على كيس 1 لأنه في بريك. لكن لو كان 1، لو كان اليوزر باقي الفاليو حقت I باقي قسمتها على 2 ب1، راح يطلع لي قيمة الفاليو I وبيكتب odd وبيكمل على لو كان في كيس 2 كيس 3 لأنه ما في بريك.
اوكي
فهمت علي؟
اي.
Very good. Let us see here. For example, هنا ما في break. There is no break here. 7 divided by 3 فيها 1. He met the first case. System.out to println 1. 7 قسمة 3. 7 قسمة 3 كم؟ مو قادرة أفكر. 7 قسمة 3 كم؟
بعد المعلومات كمان والله اتوقع 2.
2 فهي 2. نعم 2. 2 باقيها 1. هنا قسمة لأنه مش ما يبغى الباقي يبغى القسمة. So 7 divided by 3 is equal to 2. He come to 1, not 1. He will come to 2, he will print 2. No break after 2, so he will print 3 after it. لأنه ما في break. So he will continue on the other cases. Get the points?
يعني هنا بيطبع الكل.
يشوف وين حقق الشرط، وين حقق الفاليو. وصل هنا عند ال2 ما في بريك بيكمل على 3 4 5 whatever.
اوكي لين يحقق الناتج يعني الفاليو القيمه.
لا هو شاف ال2، هو شاف ال2 باقي السويتش ام divided by 3 2 صحيحه. جاء وطبع system.out.println 2 بس ما في بعد كيس 2 في بريك. لو في بريك ما راح يطبع لي كيس 3.
هنا بيطبع لي
3. لو في بريك بيطبع بس 2. لو ما في بريك بيطبع 2 وبعدين 3.
اوكي. يعني كذا خطأ الكود. المفروض يكون في بريك صح؟
هو مو خطأ، هو الساينتكس صحيح. بس هل انت هذا اللي تبغاه يصير ولا لا؟ لانه على حسب حالة البروجرام انت تبغاه يكمل على باقي الكيسز او لا. It's based on the program ideas يعني اللي you are developing it.
يعني لو جاني مثلا الكود زي كذا في الاختبار هل هو صحيح ام لا؟ يعني
الكود صحيح يشتغل. يعني ممكن في الاختبار يشوفوكم هل انتم فاهمين الاوتبوت والبريك ولا لا. فممكن يقول لك اكتب لي الاوتبوت. لو كتبت له بس 2 من غير 3 بتنقص لأنه ما في بريك. لكن لو كتبت 2 و 3 بتاخذ العلامة كاملة.
لو كتبت 2 بعدها بريك برضو نفس الشيء.
لو كتبت 2 لو كان في الكويستشنز 2 سيمي كولن بريك الجواب يكون بس 2.
ايه
لأنه في بريك يعني يطبع لي هنا نفذ هذا السنتنس واطلع من السويتش.
لازم
ما في بريك، ما في بريك معناها اطبع لي وين النتيجة حصلتها وكمل السويتش اللي تحتها. يعني هو ما هي واحد، هو الاثنين. كتب 2 وكمل 3 4 whatever كان موجود. وصلت الفكرة؟
وصلت شكرا.
Operator precedence, this is the precedence of the operators. So variable plus plus, variable minus minus first come, بعدين plus والminus اللي هي unary plus and minus, and plus plus variable minus minus variable also executed first. Typecasting executed after. بعدين النوت، بعدين المultiplication والdivision والmultiplication، بعدين البلس والماينس، بعدين اللوجيكال والريليشنال اوبريتور، وبعدين الايكواليتي، وبعدين الاكسكلوسيف اور، بعدين الاند، وبعدين الاور، ولast things it will be executed اللي هي الاساينمنت والبلس اساينمنت والماينس اساينمنت والمultiplication assignment والdivision والreminder assignment. These are the which will be executed first among the Java application if we have more than one operators. The expression in the parentheses is دائما it will be evaluated first. When evaluating expression with that parenthesis, then it will follow the precedence in the associativity rules. Okay, this is an example. So as we said, it will become first execute what's inside the parenthesis. So 4 plus 3, 7 will be executed first. Then we have the multiplication. We always execute from left to right. So 4 multiply 4 will be executed second. So 16 will be placed here. Then we will get this sentence. We have the multiplication also here. 5 multiply 7, 35. Then we will have this sentence. We have the plus. So 16 plus 3 will be equivalent to 19, will be there. بعدين we got this sentence. We have the subtract side on the right. 35 minus 1 will be executed, so it will get 34. The last things we will have this sentence. It will be equivalent to false. So the execution of this sentence will be false by the end. Thank you very much for attending today's class. For the questions, بفتح بس بفتح إن شاء الله ال question. Already I have it somewhere. بس I need to check.
مس دقيقة عندي سؤال بس.
أيوة تفضل.
هل بيكون في اختبار تعويضي سادس يعني تاخذوا أفضل 5 درجات من بين 6 اختبارات ولا؟ لأن المواد الثانية زي كذا.
والله ما عندي علم. حاليا ما أدري، مو متأكدة. خلوني إذا تبغى بس رسل لي إيميل عشان أتأكد لك. وهم بالعادة بيحطوا يعني information إذا في هم ما قالوا كم كويز ولا قالوا؟
مكتوب في LMS 5.
مكتوب 5 فبالعادة 5 يعني ما أتوقع لو كتبوا 5 بعدين بيحطوا 6.
اوكي السمستر فات كان زي كذا يعني ضافوا كويز سادس ولا؟
ما أدري أنا أول مرة أدرس المادة هذا الترم. درستها زمان يعني مو فاكرة إيش كان.
ما في مشكلة. شكرا دكتورة.
طيب دكتورة بس بالنسبة للسؤال تفضل خذ راحتك.
لا تفضل.
دكتورة بس بالنسبة للسؤال اللي اختلفنا على الإجابة في الكويز كتابة اللي هو قال لي هنا البرنت تو ووردز هي الهاف والفن وكلهم بين علامة تنصيص، يعني علامة تنصيص الهاف لحال والفن لحاله. فقال لي يطبع كل واحدة في سطر، فالكود يصير هي السيستم اوت برنتلين هاف، بعدين السيمي كولون وايضا هي السيستم اوت برنتلين الفن والسيمي كولون. هل هو صحيح الكود هذا ام لا؟
الحين بطلع لك دقيقة بس، اعطيني مهلة بس. ابغى انا شفت السؤال هذا فبس بسوي برنت سكرين عشان ما اخذته من واحدة من الطالبات، ما ابغى احط
دكتورة ما بين تطلعين دكتورة كيف نظام التدريب العملي حاليا يعني؟
بالنسبة إلى التدريب العملي رسلوا إيميل من الجامعة إنه لو تبغوا تحضروا عملي عبوا الاستبيان. ففي طلبة أبدت اهتمام إنها تبغى تحضر العملي في الجامعة، ورتبوهم على أساس الأعداد ما تكون كثيرة في نفس الوقت، وحطوا لهم قائمة وفي أستاذ بيدخل على كل فرع للأولاد وللبنات. فإذا كنتوا سجلتوا في هذا الاستبيان فمعناها انه انتم ترسل لكم ايميل من قبل الدكتور بموعد الحضور، وفي الفرع في اليوم الفلاني من الساعة الفلانية للساعة الفلانية.
طيب دكتورة، هل اللي ما سجل يعني أنا سمعته
اللي ما سجل فبيحضر طبعا اونلاين. ففي الاونلاين احنا يعني انا ما راح اقدر اعطي يعني لانه هو في نفس الموعد تقريبا. فبالنسبه لنا احنا بنشتغل، انا بشتغل ان شاء الله بحاول اغطي البوينتس الاساسيه اللي المفروض تتغطى عملي في نفس المحاضره
في البراكتيكال يعني. طيب ما ادري يعني انا سمعت ان الاونلاين كنسلوا وصار عملي حضور يعني فعلي.
مو للكل، هو العملي الاونلاين تكنسل لانه نفس التيتشر بيعطي في الكلاس. يعني انا عن نفسي عشان انا صرت راح اعطي في الجامعه فما راح اقدر ان اعطيه اونلاين كذلك يعني في يوم مختلف.
يعني انت معنا ان شاء الله بكره يعني في نفس الوقت؟
لا ما حقدر اكون موجوده، يعني انا العملي بغطيه في نفس وقت المحاضره زي الان.
طيب من اللي بيحضر معنا؟ دكتور ثاني يعني؟
لا ما في
التغى بشكل عام. العملي التغى، فالدكتوره بتحاول انت تكمل او تعطي عملي جزء بسيط من العملي في داخل المحاضره. اي نعم. اما اللي سجل في الاستبيان في الجامعه العملي يكون.
طيب لو حصلت فرصه يا دكتور نقدر نروح الجامعه مثلا يعني؟
لازم تكون من ضمن الليستة لأنه ما بيدخلوا غير الأشخاص اللي مسجل أسمائهم.
الله يعطيك العافية يا دكتورة، والله مشكورة، شكرا.
طب خلينا.
طيب دكتورة أنا عندي سؤال.
يس
ممكن أسأل؟
أيوة تفضلي.
دكتورة أنا حاولت أتواصل معك على إيميل وبالLMS بس ما رديتي علي، وين أتواصل معك؟
رسلتيه قبل البارح أو أول البارح تقريبا.
أرسلته بنفس يوم الكويز.
يوم الكويز وما رديت عليك؟ يعني متى تقريبا؟ أنا اللي أمس رسلوا لي ما رديت عليهم، ما قدرت أفتح الإيميل. اللي قبل رديت، فأنت متى رسلتيه؟
يوم الكويز، يمكن كان يوم الكويز الخميس أو الأربعاء أتوقع.
أوكي، كان عن إيش هو؟
عن الكويز.
كان
أنا عندي أنا بالكويز حال متأكدة يعني من أجوبتي. وسألت الطلاب.
ما فتحت الإيميل. شفت الهيدنج، شفت الهيدنج بس إنه ما يعني كان لازم أدخل من الكمبيوتر وأدخل على الكويزات وأشوف الإجابة حقك. فإن شاء الله بشيك لك وبرد عليك ولا يهمك.
طيب بس ممكن تكتبي لي إيميلك عشان أتأكد؟
إيميلي نفس اللي بترسلوه في موجود في LMS وهذا هو.
أوكي.
أكتبه لك الآن، قاعدة أكتبه.
تمام، يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك. بالنسبة للسؤال،
طيب هذا السؤال لو كان بس فقط اللي هي البرنت لين، هل الكود صحيح أم لا؟
خليني أقرأ. The following Java code will print the two words have و fun each in separate line. System.out.print have, System.out.print fun. طبعا هنا خطأ، بيكون false. ليش؟ لأن print بتطبع وبتكمل على نفس السطر، فبيطبع have وبيطبع fun في نفس السطر. لو كانت println system.out.println have بيطبع have وبينزل سطر. system.out.println fun بيكتب fun في سطر ثاني، فبتكون صحيحة لو كانت println، بس لأنها print فهي false.
اوكي شكرا لك دكتورة.
عفوا. كان هذا هو السؤال حق اللي سألتوه ولا كنتوا تقصدوا غيره؟
لا، هذا السؤال كان في زي الصيغة، بس يعني نفس صيغة السؤال بس كلمات مختلفة كانت يعني.
اي هذا هو. فننتبه الى البرنت والبرنتلن والبرنت اف. الزائد والكوما فيها بتفرق، الزايد مع البرنت والبرنتلن، الكوما مع البرنت اف. هذه خلاص نحفظها. البارامترز الاول في البرنت اف دائما يكون string، يعني لازم يكون يا اما دائما بيكون داخل العلامات التنصيص الايكويشن ماركس، لازم يكون اول بارامترز في البرنت اف string. هذه بعد اتوقع كثير ممكن يخطأ فيها، فبي careful. If you have any question, Java could be used to develop both desktop and web-based application. نعم.
true ولا false؟ هذا
True.
السؤال إنه أنا ما فهمته.
هذا true. هذا من الميزة حقت الجافا بروجرام. يقول لك السؤال إنه أنت تقدري تستخدمي الجافا عشان تسوي برامج تشتغل بس على الكمبيوتر لحالها، وممكن ان انت تستخدمي الجافا عشان تسوي برامج تشتغل على الويب براوزر زي الانترنت وزي الكروم والانترنت اكسبلورر وما الى ذلك. فصحيح هذه من مزايا اللانجويج.
أنا حطيتها true. أنا كنت متأكدة من باقي أجوبتي، بس باقي هذا السؤال ما كنت متأكدة كتير. حطيته true بس ما بعرف على إيش نقص درجة.
طب رسلي لي اسمك والإيميل وأنا بشيك لك هل هو هذا السؤال أو غيره، بعرف لك بعدين.
خلاص تمام، يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
دكتورة أنا عندي سؤال.
يس.
أنا وصلني الإيميل حق مواعيد العملي، يعني هذا أنا دخلت لأن هم أرسلوا 2 forms، أنا عبيت واحدة والثانية ما عبيتها، يعني أرسلوا نفس الفورم مرتين. ما أدري أنا الحين يعني موجودة بالعملي ولا ما أروح بكرة.
إذا وصلك إيميل من التيتشر فأنت موجودة. just give me a moment. عندي لستة أنا بالأسماء، فإذا حابين تعرفوا اللي موجودين في الدمام just a second. I have it يعني somewhere، بس هنا I have it maybe. يعني هم محددين تقريبا 15 student في كل جروب، وبالذات في الدمام كان العدد كبير. اللي طالبين يحضروا في اليونيفرسيتي، فكان صعب انه وقت واحد، فحطوا لهم يعني وقت واحد بس different groups. دقيقة بس
يعني إذا وصلني الوقت خلاص يعني أنا موجودة صح؟
إيش؟
يعني إذا أنا وصلني إيميل الوقت يعني أنا أروح صح؟
يس. إذا هنا محطوطة اللحظة بس خليك ياي، أنا عندي كانت بس ما أدري والله. شفت بس الجروب حقي. دقائق بس وأطلع لك مال كل الجروبات اللي في الدمام. مو فاكرة اسم الإيميل. طب رسلي لي إيميل بعدين أفضل وخليني أشيك لك، ما يعني حاليا ما أقدر أشوف الإيميل.
أوكي حاضر.
بس بعدين إن شاء الله يعني هو بس بكرة، بالنسبة لبكرة بطلع لكم لأنه على حسب علمي إنه بكرة بيكون الجروبات نفس الوقت، يعني من 3 إلى 4. طبعا بتكون بس في الويكس الإيفن، يعني اليوم الاثنين اللي بكرة، اليوم اللي بعده بيكون عندنا إن شاء الله العملي. فهذول اللي معايا بيكونوا إن شاء الله tomorrow. نعم
أتوقع أنا هذه سارة.
شوفي رقمك الجامعي، هل هذا أنت؟ 271.
اسمي شكرا.
إيه فأنت بكرة إن شاء الله نلقاكي على خير من 3 إلى 4
إن شاء الله. مشكورة دكتورة.
العفو. أوكي.
دكتورة ترى أرسلت لك الإيميل.
إيه ما عليه، بشوفه وبرد عليك إن شاء الله.
تمام.
أوكي ولا يهمك.
الله يسعدك.
جميعا يا رب. Any more question? Thank you very much for attending. We have a nice night ونشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير الأسبوع الجاي. كم باقي ونخلص؟ خلصنا خلاص. بالتوفيق للجميع.